hello. Thank you for the follow, Nasby Croco. And thank you for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it. Time for us to get into SOMA. I had to mark my stream as political because of Twitch's new content label. There is a someone shared this, but on the user voice for Twitch, you can vote on whether you can vote for it to be removed, the content label. I'll just have I'll just have this pinned. Let me do that real quick. Huh. I don't think it's possible to pin messages on mobile. So let me do it on my computer. There. Now it's pinned for everyone to see. And now the game. Waiting for the game capture to work. Okay, it's working now. No. What else was I gonna do? Timer. The timer. Timer and YouTube. Woohoo! Spoopy time. That's correct. Simon has found his way into Tau, where the Ark is supposed to be. He must find the Ark and take it to Phi, where it can be launched into space. If I finish this early, I'm going to switch to Apollo Justice. I'll probably fail well enough to do that. Lately, I've been doing 5-hour streams. Just keeping on with the energy that I have when I'm lucky enough to have it. Hi, Hypnogram. Got to move things around so that I can see things better.
We have to leave.
Huh? What do I put our friend in? Catherine. What is it? I prefer when dash is left trigger like it is in this game. In Alan Wake 2, I think that's the shooting button. This game is so scary and the maps are confusing. All maps are really confusing to me. I do agree that it's really tense, this game. Okay. Which room are we going to? I guess I should just explore. I don't want to go up. I think that door open. No, let's close it. If I close it, then I'll come back to it. It's a critical system failure. Oh man. Oh, their child. Squishy noises. Someone making mac and cheese? That mac and cheese goodness. I'd love some mac and cheese. It is very squishy, the noises.
Can't we do anything for him? No. We're out of sedatives. If we had a gun, this would be the time to pull it out. Did not expect it to end like this. Should have jumped the climber back to Omicron. Without the Ark? Forget about the Ark. No, you don't get to say that. It's the only thing left of value, you know that. Yeah. Promise you won't leave it behind. We'll all be dead one day. Then what? Well, better keep it safe until then. Don't want the wild to take it, swallow it whole. I'm sorry, Catherine. It's okay, Ian. Just let it out. Let it all out.
Oh, how sad. Being the only humans around, and also having to worry about monsters. Hope everyone's able to hear me over the game. I have it set a little louder than usual. Oh, let's open this one too. Something like that. Bye. Sounds good so far? Awesome. This one doesn't open. It's remotely locked. For Johann Ross's room. Everything's just a mess. Dive room. Oh, there's another room. Dispatch. Dive room. Guess I can go through dispatch first. Oh, there's nothing for Catherine. Post-impact notes. January 12th, minor structural damage, radio knocked out. January 17th, communications recovered. Omicron and the rest of Pathos 2 are all right. April 3rd, cross-site radio failing. Lumar probes keeps losing the link. Urgent fix needed. Tau can't retrieve the climber until the link is working. April 11th, visited by SSE Wolchtech, Dahl in Holland. System of bi-weekly visits established until communications, Lumar back at 100%. September 13th, evacuation of Tau ordered. We're all leaving for Omicron. September 15th, swarmed by monsters and no radio. We're fucked. Oof. Get this out of the way. Does it look like I sit anymore? Transmission. Lisbon, Cadiz. Whoops. Okay, I can go down. Comm logs. Door locks. That one requires a password? Oh, I can keep everything unlocked. That's good. 2768. Oh, thank you. 5 status. Access tunnels. Unstable. Launch site okay. Mission control okay. Assembler okay. Site fully operational. Omega SG. Omega space gun. Okay. So where is it? Access tunnels. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Access tunnels. Got to look at everything. Some drawings. Photos. Of this. Uh-huh. Some graphs. What's this? Lockers? Nothing here of interest. I really wish the squishy sounds would stop. Okay, I just unlocked infirmary, so let me go there. Maybe... That's the bathroom. Maybe dive room first. More squish. Since I unlocked the infirmary first, I figure it might be important. Excuse me? Thank you for the pat my head.
Now speak Roku just redeemed pat my head.
I recently fixed the pat my head redeem, so you're in luck. Okay. Error. Well, I guess that's that. Oh, it opens anyway. Oh, I need to swipe Omnitool. No cargo detected. Okay. I need cargo. Maybe. Need cargo for dive room. Because I might forget. Let me close this door so I know to go back inside. Which one is infirmary? Whichever door isn't open. Oh, No, I left it open. Silly goose.
You're different.
Whoa, you're still alive?
Can I help you with anything?
Are you human?
Sarah Lindwall, payload technician at your service. A rare sight, am I right?
I'd say so. You're the first normal living human I've seen.
There's not many left down here. Most of them are up on the plateau.
You mean at Omicron?
Yeah,
There's no one alive at Omicron.
you've been there?
I've been all over. The power plant at Upsilon, the ruins of Lambda, the abandoned Delta, Theta.
You've been to Theta?
There's not a lot left of Pathos 2.
And I'm the only living person you've met? You mean I'm the last living human on the planet?
I'm sorry.
Who are you again?
Simon Jarrett.
Stationed out?
Nowhere. I used to work in a bookshop in Toronto. Long story.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
I'm trying to find the Ark.
Why would you? How do you know about that?
I've heard it's the last hope for mankind.
Damn right it is. Now what do you want with it?
Take it to the Gun at Phi. Launch it into space.
That was the plan, all right. I've been guarding it ever since we brought it back to Tau. Just couldn't bring myself to let go. Tell you the truth, I don't have the strength to argue. And I certainly don't have the time to wait for the next sentient thing shuffling through here. Go ahead. Take it.
Thank you. Can I get you anything? Do anything for you?
You could kill me.
Good one. You serious about me killing you?
No, I'd love to hang around here until I dry up to the size of a raisin. Simon, this fucking sucks. I don't want to live like this.
Shouldn't we be doing something to keep you alive?
Why?
You're the last human. I just find it disrespectful to our entire history not to fight this. Sure, we have the Ark, but you're the real deal.
Thanks. That's probably the best compliment I've ever
What the hell? That's concerning.
Truth is that the Ark is all we have. We'll have to accept second best. You know,
This feels right.
Simon, I want to die.
Sarah.
Just think about it. Be careful. Don't let me down.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do it.
If I knew you'd come, I would have cleaned this place up a little bit.
You done talking?
Would you stay with me, please? It won't be long now. Just please, just stay.
Okay.
What a crazy thing this was. Life. At least I won't have to turn 30.
Oh my gosh, she's not even 30 yet.
Wish I could have died at home with my friends. You ever been to Greenland? It's very beautiful. Well, at least when you get out of the city. Nanook is busy, and yes, there's like 12 million people trying to get around, but it's a great place.
Noted.
Or rather, it was a great place before the comet ended it all. You know what? I prefer it this way. I liked Pathos. Liked my colleagues. Ian, Nick, Jasper, even Catherine.
Even Catherine. Like she's an afterthought.
She was weird because she was quiet, but she was cool. Simon, you still there?
Yeah, I'm just crouching.
Sarah.
Don't let him die, okay? Send them out there. To the stars.
Black box is inactive. Probably found a way to switch it off.
Okay, let's stop crouching. Take this. Intercom. Door locks. Photos. Oh, cool. A free box. Yeah. Why is this photo all messed up? Disrespectful. Recent documents. Restore files. Emergency Food by Nadine Masters. A thorough look at what common chemicals and compounds found in Pathos 2 could keep you alive in emergency situations. Last Access by Sarah Lindwall. Nutrition Through the Veins by Richard Holland. A manual on how to keep unconscious or comatose colleagues fed through intravenous drip. Alterations. Post-construction alterations by Astrid Cryer. Methods on how to make room for additional payload after the casing has been constructed and left delta. Last Accessed by Catherine Chun. Okay, time for me to go.
No way I can climb a ladder while carrying the ark like this.
Okay. Where do I go then with this? How do I get back down?
Can't climb with the ark.
Okay, what do I do with this then? Freight lift? Dive room? Common room? Infirmary? And then I'll send it down. Did the dive room have anything? Common room. I love that emote in a little box. Is it in here? Nope. Did I send it to the right place? Oh, it's this. Uh-huh. Where do I go with this again? Dive room. Damn, I should have sent this to the dive room.
How about carrying the ark?
Okay. Okay, I'll just go back. Where was that again? I was in the infirmary. I even wrote it down and I still forgot. Still confused. Okay, now send it to the dive room. Yeah! Now I did it correctly. Bathroom. Dive room. Got the cargo. Cargo attached. Blood mechanism malfunction. Ooh. Sequence halted. Unable to equalize pressure. Is that it? Is that all I had to do? Oh, this one too. It's so blurry now. I can't even see anything no more. Feels like I did something wrong. Even though I did everything right. Okay. Glory! Mans needs some glasses. Like I do. Whee! Do I crouch? How do I crouch again? Aha! Finally! My eyesight is so bad that I'm only able to get glasses with thick frames. Where do I...
What the hell is wrong with this place? It's nothing to worry about. Just the warden flexing his muscles. The warden? You mean WoW? Well, down here he has many names. Warden, the Alpha. Like in Site Alpha? I thought that was made up. Made up. Then someone should really fire Johan Ross. Tell him there's no reason to walk these tunnels no more.
This section is gonna collapse.
You should try spending some time in the abyss, sweetheart.
Sweetheart.
You know when shit's for real.
Catherine, move up. Come with me. Oh, okay.
Hey, wait for me.
How do I get through this? Woo! I don't do nothing for you. I do things for me. Me, myself, and I. Buster. I don't know how to... Where to go? I jump and I can't go over this. Maybe I don't? Was I not meant to be here? Nope. I was supposed to be there. Seeing voices telling you what to do? Absolutely. Like, leave me alone. Can't you see I'm busy? I'm doing something. Not for you. For me.
VH Sorceress just traded with 9 viewers.
Oh, hello! Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hello, raiders. How was your stream? What were you doing? I'm currently playing SOMA. Good, we played Killers 7. Ooh, what's that? Never heard of it before. Game by... Oh, okay. That sounds like it's a good game then. I'm currently a little stuck on this section in SOMA. I went all the way back to see if I was even supposed to be here, and apparently I am. Oh, okay, okay. There's an area that I'm supposed to... Oh, there it is. It's kind of like Mist with guns. That sounds interesting. Ooh, I think I'm like... I have like an hour left of SOMA, and then I might be done with it. Do I go here? I can't see anything. Whee! We're currently taking the Ark to how? You leave me alone. Okay, everything's a little clearer now. This one opens too. What's with this noise? Is this where I'm meant to be? I just keep opening doors. This place is a maze. Woo!
Just tell me what you want.
I need you to stop. Wow.
What? How?
The enslaved protein sloshing around your suit is the news from which the wow will learn itself.
What are you talking
Yeah, what are you talking about?
As I came to on Omicron, I tried to tell them to make the toxin that would make the wow wither, but they didn't understand. They put it inside my cabinet. It was so infuriating. They needed to take it to Alpha, the fountainhead of the misery we created. And then a girl. She figured it out. She was going to take care of it. The wow shrieked. They all died. You took the gel from the cabinet and made yourself into a venomous snake.
You're saying this toxin inside of me can kill the WoW altogether?
You are the snake, Simon. Now strike at the heart.
What the hell is that?
Heart. It controls all the structure gel on Pathos 2. All you need to do is poison the imprint, and the heart will unwillingly spread it across Pathos 2, killing it. Feed it, Simon. Push your arm into the heart.
Do I have a choice?
Come on. Do it.
Dude, I'm trying to just like...
You can't leave. We're not done.
What?
If you don't fix this, I'll make you.
Uh-huh. What you gonna do? Oh. That's just rude.
Don't!
You have to do this, Simon. This is bigger than both of us.
So is the Ark. Oh no. So anyway, so that just happened. Simon, no! You've got to go faster, Simon. Faster than this, buddy. I'm just gonna follow the lights. Hello, Vivian. How are you doing? I think I'm doing okay. Let me just, heal up. I'm being chased by, a job, Monster. You're doing great yourself. That's awesome. I think I just... Am I dying? Damn it. I guess I shouldn't have stopped to heal. I don't even know what... Am I going the right direction? Or... About to do the nightly chores, but I'll lurk from here? Okay. Thank you for the lurk. I have no clue if I'm going the right way. Gotta get food. Have a good meal. Thank you for the lurk and for the raid. What the heck? It's like no matter what I do, I keep getting attacked by this monster. What if I do it again? Go in, come on. It's another dive room.
This has to be 5, right? Hope the Ark made it here in one piece.
I hope it did too. Catherine? Can I talk to Catherine? Yes. Yes, I can.
Catherine, can you hear me?
I hear you. This is Vi. What happened to Tab?
A lot, actually. But we're back on schedule now.
Did you find the Ark?
I did, but I kind of lost it on my way here on an automated tram thing headed to Phi. So it should be around somewhere.
That's great. Let's go get it.
Thanks, Catherine.
Alright, Vi is up and running.
Ooh. Site map. Storage is probably where the Ark is.
A satellite is loaded into a shell. The shell is accelerated by electromagnets along the barrel. Enough momentum to escape Earth's gravity is gained before regression. Reaching space, the satellite will shed the shell and unfold. Onboard thrusters settle the satellite into an orbit.
Okay. Tunnel transport. Requires manual offload. Contents are. Okay, so the Ark is in the cargo bay. I just need to figure out how to get there. I don't like this map. What are these, like, dashed lines? After 10 years of impeccable operation, the Omega space gun will shut down, but it took an apocalypse to be made redundant.
Did you find out what happened to the ARC team?
Not really. For some reason, they didn't go through with the launch, so they took the Ark back to Tau.
I hope everything's okay with the space gun.
Yeah, I doubt I'll be able to repair one of those.
What is Launch Dome? Oh. Is this where I was? No, I was... Was I over here?
This feels like the longest day of my life. Has it just been one day?
I have no idea. Our time together is a confusing patchwork of moments to me.
What time is it then? What day?
It's May 11th, 2104, 3:30 a.m., but I don't remember when we started.
It sucks that 100 years in the future and people are still being sexist and ableist. No utopia in our future, huh? Okay.
You know,
Oh,
I woke up in my bed today. It just happens to have happened 100 years ago.
Sounds like a riddle.
It does. I woke up in my bed today, 100 years ago. Who am I? Who am I?
yeah, who are you? Loading dock. Is this it? Do I go down? I'll go down.
It's crazy to think where I am. Not only is this the future, it's in the middle of the sea. I know nothing of this time or what the world looks like.
Not much to brag about now. Before the comet, I guess it was okay.
Yeah, better not oversell it. Might change my mind about the Ark.
That's not funny, Simon. You take that back.
Are you suggesting we keep it down here? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose? Eternity among the stars, remember?
The people inside the Ark won't know the difference. We can just keep it down here, and we don't have to risk the Ark being shot through 5,000 meters of broken barrel, and then push through another 100,000 meters of a dust-filled atmosphere.
Will the casing stand all that pressure?
Well, the odds aren't great.
Catherine, say something.
I don't care what you think. I'm launching it.
No need to be like that. Let's just hang on to it for a while and think about it. We can launch it later.
No, that wasn't the deal. We made it to save them. To launch it. Out there, it's hope. Down here, it's a fucking terrarium waiting to die with the rest of us.
Come on, Catherine. It's not asking much. Let's just think about it before we risk the only hope humanity has to survive this hell.
No, we launch it today. This is my project, my Ark.
It's bigger than that. Don't you get it? It's not for you to decide. We're talking about the fate of mankind.
Get away from the Ark. I'm taking it.
No, you're not.
I'm not gonna let you ruin this.
Stop it!
Guys, calm down.
Get away from me! No!
What did you do?
It was an accident.
Catherine, talk to me. Catherine.
Oh, rip. Catherine accidentally killed someone.
Catherine,
Did you say something?
it's you. You had an accident.
What do you...
Oh, that's Catherine.
You mean
I
Catherine?
thought she killed someone else.
Don't worry, it's better this way.
You said it, not me.
How did she die?
You got into a fight with your colleagues. They didn't want to risk launching the Ark. Thought I might not make it through the atmosphere.
They killed me?
I'm sure it was an accident. They were just trying to stop you from launching. I think I found the assembly space.
What do you see?
It's like a huge open shell, a bullet ready to be loaded.
That's great. All prepared for the Ark.
Right. I'll go pick it up.
How could they kill me?
Catherine.
I know I'm not an easy person to like. I just thought they trusted me.
Come on. Don't do this to yourself.
The energy thingy? Not there.
Did you have friends in Toronto, Simon? Real friends?
There were some. Jesse, Sean, Kevin.
I always wanted a friend. Like a real one. Someone you'd never hold back with.
I'll be your friend.
Oh, pity friendship? Now I feel even worse.
Pity friendship.
Do you think the Ark will make it through the atmosphere and into space?
It almost doesn't matter anymore. We just need to try. If we burn, we burn. If we're lucky, we just gave humanity a new chance, a whole new era. With the Ark on Earth, maybe we have a few decades of power to keep it running. In space, we have thousands of years.
Still, one hell of a gamble, though.
This was never about certainty. It's about hope.
Control room. Loading dock. Should I still be down there? Where's the Ark? Map. It's in storage. Okay, I'm in the control deck. I see assembly. Okay, so it's in storage? At the loading dock?
What will you do when you get into the Ark? What's the first thing?
Make sure the Ark is safe, stabilize flight path, activate solar panels.
What's the first human thing you're gonna do?
Oh. Watch the clouds roll by? Does that count?
I'd say so.
Where is it? Electrical room. Main generator, aux generators. What room is this? This storage?
Here it is. We got the Ark back.
Good job, Simon. Take it to the assembly space and load the bullet.
Yeah, I'll need to come back for that. I like how he didn't say anything about Ross. Jonah Ross? Jonah Ross? Is that his name? Jonah? Why was I replacing the J with a Y sound? Okay, let me get the energy thingy. Not over here. This one. Payload detected. Payload bay closing. Projectile sealed.
I'm really not that familiar with guns of any size. Oh, here we go. All systems say go.
Lock and load.
Come back up and we'll head out to the gun.
Where do I go? Over here. Ladder.
Now what?
Now we just need to get the shell into the gun and then kaboom.
Aren't you forgetting something? How are you gonna get us on board the Ark? Don't we need to make another scan?
Oh, don't you worry. You don't operate something like the Omega space gun with your bare hands.
You mean it's a pilot seat? Like back at Omicron?
Yes, and we can use it to transfer you to the Ark while operating the gun. 2 birds and all that. Now, take the Omnitool and plug it in next to the seat and I'll guide you through the final steps.
Wait, what'd she say? Grab the Omnitool and go through the door to the launch dome. Swipe the Omnitool at the WAP panel to fill up the airlock. Okay. Did I take her? Nope. Launch dome. Launch dome. Service area. Launch dome. Can I go the other way? Up here? No. Oh, pilot seat. No?
I'll never get used to that.
Guess you won't have to. Not after this is over.
Right. Have a seat. Comfortable?
As good as it's gonna get.
Okay, I'll activate the seat. You should be able to use the machines to load the bullet you assembled.
How do you operate this thing?
Don't know, I never tried this one. But pilot seats are notoriously easy to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
The UI has changed. We're in a different genre of video game now. It's like a real-time strategy. Uh-huh. Payload position. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. Okay. Catherine. Okay, finally. Yeesh. Okay, it'll say it'll be green, right?
There we go.
Took me a little while, but I finally got it in.
Okay, ready when you are. Just hit the button and we're off.
But we need to transfer our minds to the Ark.
We also need to make sure it launches at all, so I tied them to a single switch. Just push the button and we're off.
Here we go. No turning back.
Thank you, Simon.
So much.
It's an amazing thing you did. And I want you to know I appreciate it.
Except once again,
Time 20 seconds.
it's not transferring consciousness.
Just give it a second.
Thought you guys would have better bandwidth.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6,
You gotta be kidding me.
4, 3, 2,
Yeah, we made it!
Yeah, but Simon, you're gonna be left behind.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah,
Catherine? Catherine?
he didn't.
I'm here.
What the hell happened? What went wrong?
Nothing.
Nothing. They're out there, among the stars. We're here.
No. We were getting on the Ark. I saw it. It finished loading just before it launched.
Yeah, I saw.
Then why are we still here?
Simon, I can't keep telling you how it works. You won't listen. You know why we're here. You were copied onto the Ark. You just didn't carry over. You lost the coin toss. We both did. Just like Simon at Omicron. Just like the man who died in Toronto 100 years ago.
No, this is bullshit. We came all this way. We launched the Ark.
I know it sucks, but our copies are up there. Catherine and Simon are both safe on the Ark. Be happy for them.
Are you crazy? We're gonna die down here with those fuckers living at large on a spaceship. They're not us. They're not us.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Simon. I'm proud of what we did. We made sure that something of the hundreds of thousands of years of human history survives, that something lives on.
No. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck you. Fuck you, Catherine. You lied. And I believed in you. I trusted you. You said we're getting on the fucking Ark.
We are on the Ark, you idiot! I didn't lie. I can't be responsible for your goddamn ignorance.
Fuck!
Oh.
Catherine? Please don't leave me alone. Catherine? Catherine?
Oh, that's the end of the game. Wow. That really sucks for Simon. As soon as I saw that he was getting into a pilot seat, I was like, he's gonna be left behind. And now there's it seems like Catherine is no longer there either. She died. So now a version of them both are on the Ark, and he's been left alone to suffer. That really sucks. Voice cast did an excellent job. Especially Jared Zeus and Nell Mooney. Why did I think that his name was Jonah Ross? It's Johan. It definitely is. Not Johan. Oh! What? Oh, this is him on the ark. The hell?
Whoa. Is this... Did it work?
What is this environment? Oh. Just gonna follow the path? I didn't know there would be an after credit sequence.
Catherine? Catherine!
Catherine!
I can't believe we actually made it.
Well, we did.
I'm so relieved.
It's okay, Simon. Everything's all right now.
Damn, look at Earth. Big blue, beautiful planet, it's no longer. Those spots of red, that really sucks. Really nice game. Very thought-provoking. I guess it would get the tag cerebral on Steam. It was very tense. The environment was interesting, being set in the middle of the ocean. Okay, and since the game is over, I'm gonna switch on over to Apollo Justice. Let me move everything over. I'm currently switching over to Apollo Justice. Let me change the... what part am I at? Part 6. This would be part 6. Finishing case... Is it 4? No, case 3. Oh, I forgot to change the game title. Hollow Justice. Okay. Which? No longer using the game capture. It's mirror box. Whoops. Whoops. Let me just mention on Blue Sky that I'm playing Apollo Justice now. I'm now playing VTuber. That's it. Load game. Oh, let me move my webcam over. Make sure it's placed properly. Okay. We're on Turnabout Serenade, Trial Day 2. The trial resumes. July 10th, 1:40 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Apollo! I can't believe it! It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamura's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent, and that switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Oh, that's actually Phoenix Wright. Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no! What if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tobaya off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darien Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed sense of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually.
Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy.
Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense.
Burnt fragments added to the court record. Found at the crime scene bearing gunpowder residue, possibly a firecracker?
That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe.
Right.
Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door just like a magician, normally.
What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean?
I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. He was speaking in riddles, and now we had to figure out the answer to the riddle during the trial.
I guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
July 10th, 1:55 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darien, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination.
That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct?
Oh, I know. Air for head.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darien Crescent.
Name and occupation, please.
Darien Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation's changed, Darien. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends.
I see what you're doing, Darien. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial?
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemuroir's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha!
Conventional methods are out the window, huh?
Here goes nothing.
Darien's rebuttal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim La Mirar's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Shut the fuck up with your ableist bullshit. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with La Mirar's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Darian's rebuttal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, Apollo! Glare back at him! I couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescend. Yeah? What do you want? Nothing. Apollo! Chin up! Back straight! You're wilting! This guy's hard as nails. He makes Walkie look downright cooperative. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. In the first place, she never heard my voice. You never talked to her even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. La Mirar's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. Can't prove it. And I need proof. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song. A missed cue. So, she just flubbed it up big time, that's all. She spins this story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. La Mirar is an artist. She just flubbed it up? That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you, alright. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious it's way over my head. I'm detecting a rift in the Gaviner's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots? Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. Heh. I guess you and La Mirar got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Machi heard them too. Remember, he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? So, how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what that kid wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. I'm back to relying on La Mirar's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Darian and Forehead show, there is no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo. This mean the Gavin and Darian show's cancelled? Neither of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere. Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts. New facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint La Mirar as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough. So what do we do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. The third set. Tapes recording of Lamira's performance. Triggered by remote trigger. Cross-section diagram of the Sunshine Coliseum. Found at the crime scene bearing gunpowder residue, possibly a firecracker? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Firecracker?
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? But, you think Detective Sky looks for you. I received the report this morning, before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? Ha! That's right! Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? Irk! How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. So any weakness, and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? Why is the prosecution testifying? A headset, the kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if the headset wasn't dropped but placed, and what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Bleh. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Yes, there are. There's the prosecution and there's the defense. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I've got a question for you. Huh? Now the defense is testifying? For me? The igniter in the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime is certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sounds of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi, but we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. Ugh. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. Is that right, Gavin? Indeed, if he can't prove that. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You'd better know, Apollo. Otherwise, we're through. It can't be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. The shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What? Some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set.
Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears.
Maybe the gunshots are the key after all.
What do you mean?
Well, Lamirar says she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion when she was up above the ceiling.
When she forgot the words to the song, yeah.
If you can prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics, we're home free, I think.
True. Not easy, but true. Is there some way to prove that?
Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me? Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. Sorry. Just let me take a quick look through the court record.
He's pretty eager to paint Lamirar as a liar, isn't he? Maybe this?
Objection!
No, it's wrong. Rip me. Let me save. Because I'm already losing health.
Objection!
Mixing board.
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamirar's song. Her song? What exactly is this, device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this. And don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part?
You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamirar's voice included.
Ho-ho! But what does this prove? According to Lamirar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song.
Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots.
Exactly.
Ha! Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamirar's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same.
Then let's get to analyzing the recording. Right now! Lamirar stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamirar's vocals.
gunshot!
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake.
I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamiroir's testimony was true.
Hurrah! Order! So, she was telling the truth about what she heard?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we... But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lamiroir was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Lettuce's life was taken.
Well, Detective Crescent? Once again I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing in the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Actun. My AUG won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about?
This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. I thought this strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon. Mr. Lettuce's 45 caliber hand cannon. A hand cannon, huh? As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur.
Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescent?
I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur.
The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Lettuce, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything, and you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Proof of innocence.
Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Lettuce had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great. Now I need to find a motive. Ugh. I gotta do my job. No.
Proof of innocence.
Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? Her manager, sure, but Mr. Lettuce was...
Oh, right.
sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters, either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive, man. But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Ugh, more than I sure did. I mean, think about it. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? Darian, you're a detective with international affairs? Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latus's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs? That's right! Well, Detective Crescent? That's your game, is it? Guess I'd better confess then. Confess? Yeah. It's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're international... See? Me and Plains got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences, Air Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country. I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. How could I possibly know her manager? So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? Ha! I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see... If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? You sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations, I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of. What? Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Objection! I got this egg thing. Your Honor, I mean, not egg, it's a cocoon. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latus. Does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of those got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latus, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in Interpol Affairs. I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think of the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons topped Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. That memo! That's how you knew about the cocoons! Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them. Well, Lamirar knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know that they're illegal to export, that's all. Then, I have nothing to be embarrassed about after all. You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. Interpol's all hot and bothered about him. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche? All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that... Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the markets. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Which is why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Burgundian customs are all watching. See? We know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that Diva says. Why, I oughta... Oughta what? You want some of this? Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah? Brr, screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. It's National Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Okay. I feel like I have to use this, but I don't know on which statement it would apply. Objection! This one, apparently. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market is dangerous. The second they find out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article. That's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You weren't saying. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Burgundian Customs barely sleeves. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Burgundian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right. Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting up the metal detective several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous flop. Fop. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. That's pretty extreme. Virginia has this rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Virginia is a peaceful, pleasant country, so this level of security shows how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. I mean, hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I'd need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich. I would be interested in hearing. Purely from a legal perspective, of course. I weep for our judicial system. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. I don't know. Definitely not the brooch. Guitar case? Nah. Wouldn't make any sense. Victim shot in shoulder. Crime scene was dressing room. Tape recording. Receiver. It was so elaborate. Like, what the fuck? Article about the case. Actually, there is one way.
What?
One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office?
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like La Mirar. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it into Namira's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched?
White. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying the guitar was...
With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work? Good memory, Air Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
A broken device?
Yes, this, in fact.
An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar?
You mean? He means this, of course.
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band.
York!
Order. So the igniter
was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems.
It was a safety precaution.
A precaution? Air Forehead. At last, it all comes together.
Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamirar's ballad, if you please.
First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case.
The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself.
If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot.
It's over. Press the switch now.
The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Latouche died,
with Lamira there to witness it.
There's your case.
Brilliant, man. Detective Percent. I gotta know you make all that up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense. Darien. Fifth, the Republic of Virginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh?
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Burgundian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamira heard proves it.
It's over. Press the switch, now.
You made this transmission from backstage.
While your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? This person is the accomplice. I thought you said the accomplice would oh. Okay. That was wrong. Lamirar. No. Mati. Was it Mati? I hope not. There is only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi Tovaye. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche, and I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamirar? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is the electronic signals, Your Honor. The electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamirar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamirar still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamirar stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamirar's position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time? Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk?
First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Arian?
Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem! Man, you still don't get it? Ah! Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva. Lamirar. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out. if they couldn't even press a switch. No, wait. It was in the piano. All he had to do was press a key in the piano. It's all coming together. The the switch was in the piano. The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange? What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobaya didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tobaya the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you'd better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? Ack, there has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machi Tobaya pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Tobaya pressed that switch? I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show this evidence supporting this. Airhead, you're sure about this? Ha, accepted. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch? Mixing board. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flame. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. Ha! What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know! Hey! Oh, wait. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy! Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Oh, Daddy! He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. Sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No. No way! Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin? It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding. I'll take that to mean there isn't a problem with this section at all. Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a place to compare it to that. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, I think I can find it. I suppose we don't have a choice. Very well. You claim the defendant was playing with one hand when the switch was pressed. Show us the part that proves it. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it.
I thought I had it.
That's the section?
Damn, never mind. I got it wrong again. So is it the first?
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you.
As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead.
Realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spots in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh That Night in Your Embrace." Play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses have different arrangements. Happens all the time.
Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background.
Oh.
That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself.
Now ask yourselves why Machi Tobae changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Oh, narc! Order, order, order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No combat? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Ha 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 ha! Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over? I don't like him when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes. Don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts! Anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But... 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? That's bullshit! The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes. Good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, and is igniter supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Air Forehead, you are accusing this man Darian Crescent of 2 crimes, the murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Follow witness? Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence. Perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. You mean, a witness. Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobaya. Your client again? Machi Tobaya was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Aha! Very scientific of you. Plus, if Machi Tobaya acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darien's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law.
Ah! Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Ah. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the parts about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police, and it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobaya. Urk! The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobaya knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling! Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please! Don't talk. It was actually talk, not take. Darien, I considered that my last session with you. We'd rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession?
Uh-oh, he's laughing again.
There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk? You tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime.
Today's trial was all for your benefits, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From the beginning, I knew.
Machi.
Situation. I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that all things can be tried by the standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobaya?
Yes?
I promise you will receive a fair trial with the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Lotus, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's her job. Very well. This court finds the defendant Machi Tobaya
not guilty.
Court is adjourned.
I wonder what'll happen to Machi.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here.
All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks.
Lamirar?
Is something wrong?
I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage, your friend.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him, something evil. I can see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that now how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage.
Courage?
I am considering an AI operation.
It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Lamirar lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting.
Painting?
That's right! She's a landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamirar!
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission.
Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet! Me too!
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now, but there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
have him catch the killer at the end. Save my current progress? Absolutely. Let's continue on to the next episode. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession.
And that is the whole truth of this case.
Mason system. What's this?
In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected.
Whoa, no!
And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story.
This is an interesting opening.
Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours.
October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo! Look on TV! Look!
Yeah, I'm kind of busy.
Wow, look at that! He's the last Grand Marquis, alright? Amazing! Apollo, you should be watching this!
Ow! What? I was writing about our last case in my journal.
Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago.
Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know? I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how La Mirage disappeared.
That's right! Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now.
Sigh. I was just getting to the good parts. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth.
Hi, Bulb. How you doing? I just started up for the 4th case. So, you have great timing.
Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviners' concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grand Marquis is performing for the first time in 7 years.
That's going to be great! I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too.
The legendary Grand Marquis. If Trucy's real father was still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles.
I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo.
Magic show ticket received. Ticket to the premiere showing of A Grand Illusion by the magician Vatland Grand Marquis. Here you are. Working hard or hardly working? Hey, how have you been?
Hi there, stranger.
Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you.
Yay! Pudding! I love pudding! Ooh, it's farm fresh. Not just 1 pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself.
Well, I'm beat.
That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know?
How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me?
Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. Bye.
Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the Juris system, yes?
The Juris system?
That's right. The new legal system everyone's talking about.
Have you heard of it, Apollo?
Huh? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The Juris system, huh? That magician in the photo, is that your...
My real daddy, yep. Zach Grand Marquis. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like.
I see. She's smiling, but I'll bet that smile doesn't go very deep. I can't believe you're using this cutting a personal part box as shelf space.
You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled out one of my shirts out of the box.
You should really examine your props before the show. The plant, it intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No, no secrets, but lots of memories. And a name too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. Those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. Those would be Trucy's. You'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do magic too. Scary thought.
Ooh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day.
Why not get a more sturdy table?
Maybe the table is partially to blame.
There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap. That hat, is that a spare? It looks exactly like the one you always wear.
That's the first rule of professional. Be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day. And this strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic.
Or like fingerprint powder.
Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo?
No, I was just touching it.
Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There.
Ouch!
You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there.
The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in a shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? No one's practicing the piano as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo. I'm going to guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What, was I making a funny face or something? Ah, I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I've been thinking. It's what you're thinking. Ah! How did you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you've got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? The juris system. So, Daddy, what's this juris system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if the guy's innocent or guilty. Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the juris system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. Ah, and there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! The secret mission. So, what is this secret mission? The juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job! I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way, don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. Simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking! No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all! By simple, did you mean that the defendant is... Guilty, yes. Most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst-case scenario. Ah! You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial! All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. But why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night. Balance Grammar. Hey Apollo, I know you're all excited about the secret mission, but what about this? The Troop Grammar Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth will rise. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valant. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. die. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Grandma Yi. That reminds me.
What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Grandma Yi seal?
Consider it a birthday present, Trucy.
Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday.
Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present.
Yippee! So it's plastic.
I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it?
Can I open it, Daddy?
No.
Huh?
You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then.
Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then?
Because that would be the logical thing to do. An envelope about the Grandma Yis, huh?
The trial simulation.
Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do! I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good! That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details, there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo? If I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk.
Well, time's a-wasting. Go to the detention center.
That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes!
Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us.
You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way.
Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer?
What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Eek! Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat.
I'm nervous, Apollo.
It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you?
That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat.
Tough crowd. Whoa!
Eek! She passed out.
Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better idea.
That's Magic Panties, Apollo.
The same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. The security camera stares down from the ceiling, all-seeing, unblinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything.
Introductions.
Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign?
I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo.
No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems.
Your name?
So what's your name? Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice.
And I'm Trucy Wright.
I know. It's getting nowhere fast.
The case.
Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened? I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately?
Well, the other day this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions.
Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now.
You did good, Apollo! Look! She's doing her nails!
What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy.
Excuse me. Could you read this?
Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school.
Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo!
It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew's studio. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here.
I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime?
Let's go find out. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it.
Are you ready, Apollo?
Ready? For what?
For what? For the Truth Grammar Ye Grand Magic Show!
It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one.
Huh? You mean I can't go in this?
No.
Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Ah, looky here. A handwritten signature. It says... I can't read it.
That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it?
Isn't it enough if you can read your own?
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
Apollo has a... Trucy has a point. Oh, whoops.
What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost.
And on the back. Just her name.
That seems odd to me.
Huh? What does?
Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait? Or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like, too.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo.
She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky.
We're at Drew's studio now.
Wow, it looks like a studio.
It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. With the tape in the ground there, it's a bit jarring.
Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene.
Apollo, look at all those paintings.
Hey, don't touch those.
It's okay, I'm just looking. The pufferfish. Huh? Apollo, look at this one.
Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath.
Hi Melody, how's it going? How's your Halloween? It's I was streaming yesterday for Halloween and it was fun. How about you? But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all.
Yeah, good point. That is odd.
I just started this case like 10 minutes ago, so you're in luck. All the paintings have a really different style too.
I thought I might find you two here.
Oh, it's Emma. Emma, long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too.
You know about the trial simulation tomorrow?
I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh?
We don't even know what the case is about.
Well, he was killed. The artist who owns this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham.
And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center.
Did a collab with one of your friends, one of which has been on live for about a year due to losing most of his vision after a series of eye surgeries. Aww. It's great that you were able to collab with them, though. I hope you all had a lot of fun. It was funny, though. He seems more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. But poisoning? He's now challenging himself to get better at fighting games without being able to see what's going on. Ooh! That sounds really cool, actually. Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my Sakus. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. He recently managed to beat the arcade mode of Skullgirls based solely on audio cues. Ah, that means that the game is really accessible too. That's awesome. That makes me want to buy it, actually. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh. It's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. Yeah, it looks like the other painting. I better get a professional opinion on this. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. Eek! Apollo! That's where the body was! That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow! A true artist to the end! Or maybe he started a year ago and was procrastinating. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. That is weird. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? The police already analyzed this cup too. Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Talk to Emma now. The victim. So, this, Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something?
Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in this studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Letterbox added to the court record. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? The defendant. So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. The night of the crime. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview? At around 9 o'clock p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? He poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone's suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Forensic science. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene?
Thank you for pat my head.
Ericado Tuber just redeemed pat my head.
What is it we always do, scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out.
Let me go examine the rest of the room first.
Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. No, green for me, only red. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is the crime scene, Trucy. These cost like $50 at the magic shop. Aw, poor Trucy. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting?
Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought.
Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? Let's take a closer look at this desk here. So this is Drew Misham?
And this little girl must be Vera.
Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter.
Ack!
Look, I was personally against that, okay?
She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking.
Uh-huh, right. Something about the way that figure is posed.
I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures.
Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence?
It's on theme. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy?
Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen?
But it doesn't have a pointy end.
That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk.
Wow, you sure... Detritus? Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma.
Be bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Is this a journal?
Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he?
It's new. He didn't write a single line.
Ah, you had me going there for a while.
This envelope has been opened and resealed.
Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh?
Whoever did this wasn't so delicate.
You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago.
Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I better hang on to this.
Red envelope added to the court record. Ooh, cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo.
Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that?
None, apparently. It's empty.
There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk?
This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Presenting everything.
Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this.
Look, I'm a detective. A detective! You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even.
Somehow I knew she'd get around to science.
The envelope. The card.
Emma, about this painting.
Oh, that's quite good, isn't it?
That's not what I wanted to ask you about.
You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry.
I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first.
Oh wait, I haven't even looked at it yet?
No clues here. Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something.
Maybe they're worried?
Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger?
You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing?
Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Is that a pufferfish?
Apollo! That's clearly a porcupine fish. Ad starts in 1 minute, and then I will take a quick break during the ad break.
They're not the same thing?
You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing.
Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish.
Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch.
Oh, looks like it was only half completed.
Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you too?
They do, actually. What's that all about?
Hey, Apollo, this painting. I know it.
Huh? Really?
Okay, be right back. Okay, we're back.
Huh? Really?
It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river, and this giant peach comes a floating on down.
That might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard.
Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about.
Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma.
Elaborate signature. Apollo, look! It's been opened once here.
You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside.
Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut?
Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea.
Emma! Let's ask her. Okay, she doesn't respond if I show her the painting.
Oh, Emma, I was wondering about this painting here.
Ah! That one? What about it?
What about it?
Yeah, what about it, Apollo?
Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now, look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on.
Hey, they're the same!
I was hoping you wouldn't find that.
You're right, though. Drew Mission was copying this painting. Wow, it was pretty good.
Copying a painting? What for? Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim.
That? Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain.
I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma.
Ah, right.
Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray.
Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma.
It's not a hobby.
So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to?
This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug?
That's so silly that she has a spray that can just detect, like, all poisons. That's so silly. There's only one poison in the world, and this detects it.
So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug?
That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow! Science is amazing!
It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere.
It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis.
I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atrocyanine. Atrocyanine. The deadly poison found in the autopsy.
Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eye. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly.
It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's also absorbed into the body astonishingly slow. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown...
That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details.
I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try it too, Emma. Pretty please.
You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course.
Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo! Ah!
What are you doing?
I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you.
How is this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous.
Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand.
Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we?
I'm spraying it everywhere. What is the... Nothing is popping up. Too bad. No reaction there.
I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second.
What is it, Apollo?
Did you spray that little desk over there?
I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know?
Let's check it out, just to be sure.
Oh. Eek! A reaction, Apollo?
Ah, where?
The inside of that cute little frame. Look!
Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy.
I'm known to work magic.
Never mind that I was the one who found it. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Emma, about this. That. Yes. Why, that's a bright red envelope. He sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha! Please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So, basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yarr! What are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair. But it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, and it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right. Let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there with R stick for me, would you? I'm not doing anything. That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something! See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with L stick while holding A? There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now, turn the dial again just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it! We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat! Let's do some more! Uh-huh. Oh. I'm going as slowly as I can.
Oh.
Okay, let's print this one out.
Does this mean I have to buy another one to win?
Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one.
It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it on, the real thing, shall we? I wonder what it's gonna say. It's like, is it gonna be a threatening letter? Dear Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. That's a lot of money.
Okay, let's print this one out.
Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable.
There's another page in there. Care to take a look?
You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all.
Here goes with the second page then.
Sign the papers and read the enclosed envelope with the enclosed and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one.
Okay, let's print this one out.
So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings.
Why all the secrecy, though? And
what?
Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right?
Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma?
Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime?
Ah! I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so.
I'll never forget that face, but what was his name?
Oh, right!
Brushel. Brushel?
He's after a scoop to sell to the papers.
So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you?
Really strange.
It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. Said something about covering a magician? Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person.
It wasn't Valangre Marie by any chance, was it?
Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valon Grammar-E. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. It has to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this?
Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too.
That's not very obvious, Trucy.
I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance.
Really? What's this? A camera lens finder?
Do reporters take photos too?
I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to.
Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win.
Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Top dollar for information.
Sunshine Coliseum. I'll continue until we get to the trial. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge.
Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged.
Let's go say hi to Uncle Valant.
What about the case?
Only a performer laughs like that.
But young Miss Trucy, how often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Uncle Valant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? You've come to give me flowers. Do it after the show. I beg you.
Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show.
Oh? Well, it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles, such as the ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as magnificent illusions are reborn. Here, on stage, by my end.
Look, Apollo, a balloon! A hot air balloon!
With the Grammar-E seal on it, no less.
Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all. And it's been 7 years, you know. I spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valant.
Ooh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gaviner's concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge.
It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it?
Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be?
What? Really? Yeah!
The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me. You're going to make the Coliseum disappear, right? Oh! Oops. Looks like I was right.
Apollo! I can't believe you use your power of perception on something like this.
It was just a wild guess, really. They've changed the sign since our last case.
It was all Gaviner's back then, wasn't it?
I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. But it shall. Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal.
I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this.
Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too.
He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy.
Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow?
You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last.
Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger.
The big magic show. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grandma Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trussi, I must apologize. This show in this honor should have been his. Daddy. My cool magician in training, Zachary, if that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was such a great magician, Trussi. If you are alive, then I, Balan Kamari, would have been proud to stand up on this stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think, we get to see the great Magnifique's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Magnifique Kamari. My mentor, the magnificent Magnifique Kamari, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gamma E Troop's secret, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law which governs our land? I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifique's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trussi. Performance rights. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifique's magic relies on an incredible, innovative idea. A trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnifique knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trussi is your father. That Grandma-E was the inheritor of the Grandma-E miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing from a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those Roda Sleeves consider your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Ah! Yes, Miss Trussi. Though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secret of our mighty mentor Magnifique passed to me. This was in fact stipulated into the will by Magnifique himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. I'm gonna show him everything. A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. No, thanks. Are all magicians like this? Apollo, what was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. I was wondering if you could tell me about this? Why, that veils the Grandma-E seal. Uncle Valant, is something wrong? Proceed. Where did you get this? Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? My partner, Zakamai. No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why was your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. This signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zakamai. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder?
I must show everything. Even though it seems pretty obvious that it won't lead to anything important. But I also didn't think that showing him that envelope would do anything too, so. Whoops. Must show him everything. I'm almost all out of objects.
So, a journalist was here on a story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper.
His name was Brushel.
Brushel.
I think he remembers him.
He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel. That glowing smell of mint when he smiles. Yes.
Could you tell us more about him? What did he want?
Mr. Brushel, journalist. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Balan's vision is always toward tomorrow. Balan's feet step always forward. That is all.
That's all? Very confusing.
I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had eyes only for that incident.
He had eyes, I meant ears.
That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So, a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Brahmai.
Uncle Volant, do you know where the reporter went?
I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He will tell upon my respectability. I will tell about him.
Oh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Volan's big magic trick.
Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic.
What happens to the big magic?
Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Now the time has come when I must return to my prestigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy.
Thanks, Uncle Volant.
3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Volant react like that to this envelope?
I think it's time to pay the attention center another visit.
Wee. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already been meeting here.
Maybe that reporter?
What the heck? Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. Ooh, you're Justice, you? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing?
Are you a reporter by any chance?
Woo, you're Trucy.
Huh? Am I famous?
Oh yeah. Trucy Ride hates carrying a bag. puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. Eek! That's so not true! Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarded rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No! How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him.
Did you come here to interview the guard?
Oh, wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote.
Ah.
I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closed his eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. While drawn through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Why is he writing on his arm?
Get a notebook, you creep. Also, he has that feather. I guess the last one was a feather pen. He has one too. Maybe he just left his there. Spark Brushel. Tell him, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Me. Look, let me say one thing for the record here.
Yes?
I'm the interviewer. You understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote.
Okay.
For instance, you think a movie director watches movies?
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly. I knew you'd understand. Huh?
The night of the crime. So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio?
Who? Me? Look, let me say one thing for the record.
Yes?
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy. Always on the road.
I'm busy.
Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the truth about one-way tickets. Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly. See? It's the same thing.
What is...
Sigh. An interview. He's quite the wild character.
So you want to do a story on Drew... You went to do a story on Drew Mitchum. And he'd never had a story done about him before?
That's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. But tip me off to Drew. Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes?
Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe.
Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can do to... Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers, end quote. Right, guess we'll leave then. But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us. Just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach? Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. Alright, let me go on the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this, write brilliant column. End quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Okay, I'm showing him everything I have. Ramali? It's just fun to say.
Okay, it doesn't seem like he responds to any of the paintings. Okay, so it's nothing. Couldn't even get him to respond to the painting. Okay, I guess that's it. Hello, Melody. How are you? I'm doing well. How about you? Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Your studio. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling you face you've got going, Emma? This painting came from behind that dresser. Yes. So? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. I thought so! I forgot to voice that thought too. That I thought that he was forging paintings. A forger? And the music changed. Woo! So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. The rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches, kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch of this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out. This'll be fun. Oh. Wait. This is bizarre. Is this the first case? It might be. It might be the first case. What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like that rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the sketch. For the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But now what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Mission was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Okay, this is gonna be the second case. Watch. It's the noodle stand! Okay, let's print this one out. This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out. Why was he sketching these 3 cases? That's so bizarre. This will either be the performance or the dead body. Okay, let's print this one out. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Brucey, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? There. Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? Is he your father? I'd never even heard of Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But they were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me? Okay, that's the end of the stream. Gotta leave a little something for the next stream. Okay, let me stop streaming game. And sent out a raid to Astral Aurum. He's playing Field of Mystria right now. Bye everyone. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see y'all tomorrow for... I don't really feel like playing Shin Megami Tensei because I'm stuck in an area I have to like... That's really tricky to navigate. So I'll probably play Apologist tomorrow again. At 2 o'clock maybe. Bye bye!